Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the Courtney Blackman Grand Salle. Kindly stand as we recognize the playing of the national anthem of Barbados. Please be seated. Good morning to you and welcome to the 2026 Speak Off Science and Technology Speak Off competition hosted by the Ministry of Innovation, Industry, Science and Technology. I'm Antoine Williams, your host as well as contest chair. It's truly a pleasure to be here at this time. Those of you who do not know, we've had the opportunity to finally complete the staging of this competition. Usually it would be staged in the month of March, but we're here now. I want to welcome all of you, and in doing so, let me also welcome the students from Foundation. Come on in. Come in and be settled. Come right up. You're sitting over on this side. Allow me to recognize Permanent Secretary Claudette Hope Greenwich, as well as Director Arlene Weeks. All students, competing students, supporting students, teachers, those who are here offering full support, our judges, to all of you, a very special welcome. Today is about conversation. It's about presentation. It is about titillating your thoughts as these young Barbadian students bring to you their opinions, their discourse, and in some cases, a conversation. And at the outset, I want you to join with me in applauding all of the students who will be competing here today. Allow me now to invite Innovation Officer Acting, Science Market, Research and Innovation, Heather Hall, to offer the welcome remarks.
Mrs. Claudette Hope Greenwich, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Innovation, Industry, Science and Technology. Ms. Arlene Weeks, Director, Acting, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology. Science Market, Research and Innovation. especially invited guests, principals, teachers, competitors, members of the press, and Barbados Government Information Service. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to today's Science and Technology Speak-Off competition. As coordinator of the competition, I extend sincere appreciation to everyone present. Your support and presence makes this event not only possible, but truly meaningful. Today, we are celebrating more than just science and technology. We are celebrating ideas and voices of young thinkers who are already shaping the future. Our participants, 4th to 5th form students from schools across Barbados, stand at an exciting stage in life where curiosity meets creativity and imagination begins to transform into real-world possibilities. Science and technology continue to influence every aspect of our lives, from how we communicate to how we solve global challenges such as climate change, healthcare, and sustainability. However, great ideas alone are not enough. The ability to communicate those ideas clearly and confidently is what truly inspires change. That is what this Speak-Off competition is all about. To our contestants, today is your moment. Each of you has prepared, practiced, and taken courageous steps to stand before an audience. That in itself is an achievement worth celebrating. As you speak, remember that your voice matters. So share your ideas with confidence, express your thoughts clearly, and don't be afraid to let your passion shine through. This experience is not only about competition, it is about growth, self-expression, and discovery. To our judges, we sincerely thank you for your time, expertise, and commitment. Your thoughtful evaluation and constructive feedback will play an important role in encouraging and guiding these young individuals. And to our audience, your encouragement is vital. A smile, a round of applause, or simply your attentive listening can make all the difference to a young speaker standing on stage. As we begin, let us embrace a spirit of learning, respect, and inspiration. Let us celebrate not only the knowledge shared, but the courage it takes to stand and speak. With great enthusiasm, I welcome you all to the 2026 Science and Technology Speak-Off competition. Thank you, and let the speaking begin.
Thank you very much. Allow me now to invite Permanent Secretary Claudette Hope Greenidge, Ministry of Innovation, Industry, Science and Technology, to offer official remarks.
Good morning to all. Director Weeks of the Science Market Research and Innovation section of the Ministry of Innovation, Industry, Science and Technology. Hereinafter, it will be referred to as MIST. And also to our specially invited guests, any principals who may be with us, deputy principals, teachers, competitors, our special guests who will perform, the Ellerslie Tuk Band, members of the media, and of course our trusty MC who has been with us for some time, I gather. Good morning all. Now, one of the first things I will notice is that we have 99.9% girls as the speakers for today. But boys, don't be discouraged. You have a representative here who I'm sure will do you proud. And we look forward to hearing your speeches from the perspectives that you will deliver them from, given that this world is now really your world. I'm not saying that persons of my era are going anywhere or that we're going anywhere soon, but the world is yours to take forward. And our role is to help you see that world and fashion that world. Now, we live in an era where the pace of technological change is staggering, to say the least. Things like artificial intelligence, the advancements in biotechnology and renewable energy, the development and the burgeoning growth with digital economies are all things that I'm sure everyone in the room would be familiar with, and particularly our speakers and their colleagues at school, because as I said, it is your world. Now, we are not sure yet if computers can dream, but your role in a few years' time, some of you, will be to see if you can achieve that. We are not sure if an algorithm can feel empathy, but again, that is your role. That is something that you need to be looking into to see how best you can have the technology work for the good of humankind, not just the good of yourselves, your colleagues, but the good of humankind, wherever that will be. Because some of you, I'm sure, will leave these shores to study, you return to live, generally travel, and you want to be sure that you are part of something when it comes to technology that is working for the advancement of mankind. Agree? Yes? Good. So today we are here for this annual Science and Technology Speak Off competition. And it is a competition that matters to the ministry because we see that scientific discovery in history is meaningless if it can't be communicated. So we want you to be able to use your voice, use all of the skills that you have to communicate as best as you can what science means and what science should mean, not just for the purposes of the competition, but also looking to see how you can make things better through your discoveries as you move through life. Now, as you would have heard in the welcoming remarks, you are at a peculiar stage or a particular stage in life, and I'm speaking now directly to the competitors. And you're at the point where some of you may have decided what you're going to do. In some cases, there's some who are still trying to work out what you think you would want to do. But you are now existing in a world where possibilities are endless. There are no limits, there are no bounds. You are not confined to one place or the other. You can roam the world without leaving the comfort of your beautiful island. So we advise you to take advantage of that. And by standing on the stage, you're fusing two forces: the facts of science and the warmth of your voice, your intelligence when it comes to delivering and deliberating on the topics that you've chosen to speak on. So to you, the competitors, and I'm speaking quite a bit to the competitors, I know that it is different, but the competitors. Some of your peers are here. There's some who are outside waiting to come in to perform for us. But among you, there will be one of everything that the world needs. Not just engineers and doctors and lawyers, but there will be the technologists, there will be the craftsmen and craftswomen. There is one of everything. And you need to be able to use science to your best advantage and to encourage others to use science to their best advantage to achieve not only what you want to achieve, but what you see as important to your island and, by extension, important to the world. All right? So to the teachers and the parents who are here, I think I see one or two parents maybe here, teachers for sure. Thank you for encouraging the competitors, encouraging, I won't say children, the young gentlemen and the young ladies. We have one gentleman, as I said. And so thank you for encouraging them, listening to their practice speeches, helping them with the proofreading, nurturing their curiosity day by day so that they are now at this point, and you will see the fruits of your labor, your investment in time to come. So I will conclude now by saying that the stage is literally yours for today and for the future. And to teachers, parents, colleagues, just encourage the students to continue to embrace the wonders of science and to always seek to exercise those principles and precepts that they learn for good. And with that, I say thank you for agreeing to be here, and I do wish you a successful deliberation today. All right?
Thank you very much, PS. Now, I know that the competitors are eager, ready, and willing, and of course excited to get going, correct? Yes. But we're going to do one more thing before we get there, just to set the tone and offer an appreciation of our Barbadian craft, the sounds and history and folklore and Barbadian heritage. So we merge science, technology with cultural rhythms. And in so doing, we invite students from Ellerslie Secondary School, the top band students of Ellerslie Secondary School. And I now take great pleasure in inviting them as we bring the sounds, the titillating, riveting, pulsating sounds of the Bajan top band. Let's welcome Queen Udine Eloise, the students of Ellerslie Secondary School. Elder City Secondary School, the top band named after former student and former principal of university, Eugene Barreto. Give him another round of applause. Well, I think I've said enough now. So I know the students are all ready. So before we introduce our first speaker, allow me to take you through the rules of the competition. It's very important to do so that you as members of the audience, you too, are aware as to the rules. This competition is open to 5th and 6th form science students of secondary schools, students studying a minimum of 2 science subjects to be eligible to participate. As noted, each school must enter a team comprised of 3 students, 2 of which must present in the competition, while the 3rd student is the reserve. And of course, the reserve has to be prepared and ready just in case. Each participant is required to make 2 presentations, a prepared speech, 5 minutes in a topic chosen from the list provided, and the 2-minute impromptu speech on we call it a mystery topic, which will be given to them on the spot. Timing is very important in any competition, and so I will now take you through the timing component, and I'll ask the timekeeper to kindly demonstrate. We're offering a colored card indicator system. Timekeeper will display a green card in the opening minutes of each speaker's presentation. The timekeeper will then display an amber card when the speaker has 1 minute remaining, and a red card when there are 30 seconds left for the presentation. Failure to adhere to these guidelines will obviously mean a loss in points. And I know the students, you've been practicing that component. Please make sure that you are heard clearly. Your pronunciation and enunciation is at optimum. You are allowed cue cards, and that is to avoid the slavish reading of notes, but you are allowed to refer to cue cards occasionally. And as we know, in every competition, the judge's decision is final. As far as the criteria is concerned, the judges, each participant will be marked out of 100 points, broken down, content out of 50, and that focuses on speech development, effectiveness, and speech value. Delivery, 30 points, physical, voice, and manner, and that also includes body language, variety in delivery, assurance, enthusiasm. And language, referred to as appropriateness, which highlights relevance to speech purpose, and grammar, pronunciation, and word selection. In the impromptu speech, content and delivery, the impromptu speech marked out of 50 points, focusing on content and delivery. Same thing applies, knowledge of information, value and impact, physical, body language, flexibility, and voice. There are a number of topics, and as noted, the students have chosen, so you would realize, audience members, in some cases, you have more than one student speaking on more than one topic. That in itself brings excitement to the ear, and it offers different perspectives. So are we ready? We're ready. This is your speaking area, and of course, you're free to make good use of it. Contestant number 1, Hushna Bamji. Her topic: climate change is responsible for the ongoing sargassum seaweed crisis in the Caribbean. Climate change is responsible for the ongoing sargassum seaweed crisis in the Caribbean. Hushna Bamji.
I have found a new place, ventured far from home, through the waves and currents, and have found my new shore. Oh, welcome me, great Caribbean Sea. I am plenty, I am free. All thanks must be given to CC. Thanks mustn't be given, oh dear sargasm. It is merely a byproduct of so-called humanity. Good day, ladies, gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow advocates for the future of science and technology. My name is Husna Bamji, and today I stand before you to address an issue which quite literally washes up at our feet. Is climate change responsible for the ongoing sargassum seaweed crisis in the Caribbean region? Oh, do take my thanks, Honorable CC, for without you I would not have laid upon the Caribbean Sea. Who is this? What is this? Where is this? Why is this? Allow me to explain. Sargassum seaweed, originating from the Sargasso Sea, is a genus of large brown seaweed, a type of algae which floats in island-like masses on the sea surface, never attaching to the seafloor, and exists in many types, but most commonly found in the Caribbean is the free-floating variety, which provides food, refuge, and breeding ground for many marine species. I was not a crisis, nor a burden cast aside. I was a habitat, a sanctuary drifting with the tide. But then came 2011, a shift no one could deny. In the quiet of the night, I began to multiply. Around 2011, scientists have observed unprecedented levels, a massive bloom in sargassum seaweed across the Atlantic Ocean, what scientists refer to as the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt, stretching from the coast of West Africa past the Atlantic, past the Amazon River, and over into the Caribbean. So, climate change, I must surely thank you for the warmer tides and drifting currents that carried me through, without which I would not have multiplied so abundantly. Why, yes, dear sargassum, I am the long-term rise in temperatures is climb. I am warming oceans, altering rainfalls, intensifying storms, all due to the increase in greenhouse gases from the industries, which never seem to cease. Climate change refers to the long-term increase in global temperatures and weather patterns, largely caused by the release of greenhouse gases by human activities, such as the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, and many other industrial processes. Together, these processes combine to release toxic greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, where they then accumulate, causing heat to become trapped. According to the United Nations, climate change is the greatest challenge facing humanity today. And tell me, dear climate change, am I not just drifting along with your tide? For I did not choose to grow out of place, nor cover your shores at this alarming pace. You are both symptom and signal, for warmer seas help you flourish and thrive. I am warming oceans and altering rainfalls. Deforestation and runoff combine, with currents now altered beyond design. You, dear sargassum, are a signal so divine. The Caribbean has experienced unprecedented levels of sargassum since 2011. Although there are many other contributing factors, climate change is the major driving force behind this phenomenon. Firstly, climate change contributes to the rising ocean temperatures. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the NOAA, warmer seas significantly influence marine plant growth and ecosystem dynamics. Warmer oceans act as a fertilizer, allowing sargassum seaweed to grow. Secondly, climate change creates alterations in rainfall patterns. This causes nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus to run off into oceans, acting as food sources and breeding ground for sargassum. Thirdly, changing ocean currents driven by climate change transport large masses of sargassum seaweed over the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. Lastly, climate change intensifies storms and weather events. More frequent storms and hurricanes can disrupt ocean circulation and nutrient distribution. In conclusion, climate change is a major factor behind the Caribbean sargassum seaweed crisis. Through warmer oceans, changing rainfall patterns, altered currents, and extreme weather events, climate change contributes to excessive growth and spread of sargassum. And what of the people? What of the islands not burdened by me? They bear the cost of choices made long ago, but fear not. Change is still within their hands to heal their seas and restore their lands. And I am proof of what you can see when balance is lost in the sea. Thank you.
I neglected to tell you at the outset that after each speech, there will be a 2-minute break that would allow for judges to make any references. During that time, if anyone needs to leave the room, then you can free to do so. And timekeeper, you would guide accordingly. I'm also going to ask that during the speeches, please avoid any speaking in the audience because it will disrupt the speakers from this end. Thank you very much. All audience members, including technical team. Thank you. All right, we continue. Contestant number 2. Contestant number 2, Savannah Boyce, representing Spring Memorial School, Secondary School, and her topic is improper use of antibiotics and other antimicrobials has refueled a rapid increase of resistant organisms worldwide. Improper use of antibiotics and other antimicrobials has fueled a rapid increase of resistant organisms worldwide. Savannah Boyce.
What if I told you that one of the greatest threats to human life is not a new disease, but that the medicines we have stop working. Imagine a 6-year-old child dying from a simple ear infection. Imagine a routine surgery becoming life-threatening because doctors can no longer prevent infection. Imagine a future where the medications designed to help us stop working and infections become deadly once again. Judges, contestants, ladies and gentlemen, this future is not science fiction. It is a growing reality. Today, I stand in support of the statement that the improper use of antibiotics and other antimicrobials has fueled a rapid increase of resistant organisms worldwide. The evidence is overwhelming. Through misuse by individuals, overuse in agriculture, and a lack of public awareness, we have accelerated one of the greatest public health threats of our life. Excuse me, I have to take some medication. Antimicrobial resistance occurs when microorganisms such as bacteria evolve and become resistant to the medicines designed to kill them. Simply put, the medication stops working, but the infections do not. One of the main causes of antimicrobial resistance is the misuse of antibiotics by individuals. Many people stop taking antibiotics when they begin to feel better, instead of completing the prescribed treatment, while others use antibiotics to treat viral illnesses such as the cold or influenza, despite antibiotics not having any effect on viruses. This behavior allows some bacteria to survive. Those bacteria adapt, multiply, and become resistant. As resistant organisms spread, infections become increasingly difficult, expensive, and sometimes impossible to treat. The impact of this problem is already being felt worldwide. According to the World Health Organization, antimicrobial resistance was directly responsible for approximately 1.27 million deaths globally in 2019 and contributed to nearly 5 million deaths worldwide. The World Health Organization also identifies the misuse and overuse of antimicrobials as the leading drivers of this crisis. Another major contributor is the excessive use of antibiotics in agriculture. In many countries, healthy livestock are given routine antibiotics to promote growth and prevent diseases. While this may increase production, it also creates ideal conditions for resistant bacteria to develop and start to spread through food, water, and the environment. The consequences are alarming. Modern medicine depends on effective antibiotics. Cancer treatments, organ transplants, surgeries, and even childbirth rely heavily on these medicines to prevent infections. Without effective antibiotics, many medical procedures we consider routine would become significantly more dangerous. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention reports that antimicrobial resistance affects more than 2.8 million people annually, resulting in over 35,000 deaths each year. These statistics prove that antimicrobial resistance is not a future problem. It is a crisis happening now. As Barbadians, we cannot afford to ignore this issue. Our healthcare resources are limited, making prevention far less costly than treating widespread drug-resistant infections. Every unnecessary use of antibiotics increases pressure on our healthcare system. In conclusion, the evidence is clear, the threat is real, and the consequences are too serious to ignore. The medicines that transformed healthcare over the last century are now under threat. Let us not be remembered as a generation that allows them to lose their power, but let us be remembered as a generation that protected them. Thank you.
I should tell you also to ensure that your phones are on silence, please. We continue. Contestant number 3, representing the Combermere School, the Kai Arthur Austin. Climate change is responsible for the ongoing sargassum seaweed crisis in the Caribbean. Climate change is responsible for the ongoing sargassum seaweed crisis in the Caribbean. Please welcome Dakai Arthur Austin.
Good morning. Everyone who has eyes and a nose has seen and smelled the sargassum seaweed on our beaches, turning once white sandy beaches into brown or welcoming shores. This is no one's fault but climate change. Climate change is the root cause for the algae bloom that we have on our hands. Sargassum growth is directly related to the climate change due to the warming conditions of the ocean. Sargassum is a genus of a large brown seaweed, which is a type of algae that floats in an island-like mass and never sits to the seafloor. This algae is used as a breeding ground, home, and food source for aquatic life such as sargassum fish, marine birds, sea turtles, crabs, shrimp, and so on. The unsightly algae we see on our shores originates from the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. This is found outside of the Sargasso Sea in the summer of 2011. Nutrients, temperature, salinity, wind, and ocean circulation have been identified by the United States Environmental Protection Agency as key drivers for the increased growth of the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. These are all influenced by climate change. Such a large amount of sargassum floating around us can be an environmental, ecological, and economic strain for coastal areas, and especially a strain for human life. This is because of the unprecedented free-floating sargassum resting across the shores of the Lesser Antilles along the Eastern Caribbean. As stated by the United Nations Climate Action Group, climate change can be defined as a long-term shift in temperatures and water patterns. Since the 1800s, the cause of these shifts have been attributed to human activities, such as the burning of fossil fuels. The rise in water temperatures, which is one of the major impacts of climate change, has assisted in the rise of sargassum. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration shows us that throughout history, the global temperature has increased, creating conditions which promote algal growth. Sargassum, like other algae, prefers temperate and tropical climates with preferred temperatures ranging from 18 to 30 degrees Celsius or 64.4 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit. These temperature requirements are more easily met due to the warming of oceans, caused by a major part of climate change, the greenhouse effect. According to Russian scientist Mikhailov et al., the greenhouse effect is an increase in the Earth's surface temperature, attributed to heating of the atmosphere by a buildup of greenhouse gases. This contributes significantly to climate change by increasing the air temperature. Unfortunately, climate change is irreversible at present. Therefore, the sargassum crisis will continue to be a problem for the foreseeable future. However, science and innovation can help us find other ways to benefit from the hand we were dealt. One way to do this is by using upcycled sargassum as a fertilizer for crops, pioneered by countries such as Sarga Agriscience. Due to the organic content of the seaweed, it is a great choice for fertilizer. However, cellulose from leaves and stems are essentially useless for this process. Nevertheless, the unwanted cellulose can be pressed out and the rest of the nutrients can be refined and concentrated. In addition, sargassum can be used for skincare. It has many bioactive compounds, which when derived and extracted, are completely viable in skincare due to their skin health promoting abilities. Finally, sargassum can be also used as a clothing material. Using the extraction of structural seaweed polymers to form films, these materials may be able to compete with other vegan textiles. Ultimately, the explosive growth of sargassum has evidently been linked to climate change, and reducing our carbon footprint is necessary. Yet, the region should take this ongoing crisis as an economic opportunity, not as an immovable object. Thank you.
We move swiftly along now, and let's welcome contestant number 4. The St. Michael's School, Megan Allen. Her topic, climate change is responsible for the ongoing sargassum seaweed crisis in the Caribbean. Climate change is responsible for the ongoing sargassum seaweed crisis in the Caribbean. Megan Allen.
We are gathered here today to mourn the loss of our coastlines. Do you all remember our beaches, how they used to be? Our beautiful, white, sandy beaches have been ravaged by sargassum seaweed. Our Caribbean coastlines, polluted by a poison we had no part in creating. Sargassum was not born a killer. It's a natural life giver. In its home, in the Sargasso Sea, in the North Atlantic Ocean, it is a sanctuary for marine animals. It breathes life into the ocean. Sargassum forms huge floating mats on the ocean surface that act as a wide pair of hands that cradle fish, crabs, and turtles. It is a nursery for juvenile fish, a place where they can grow and learn to navigate the vast ocean. Sargassum is actually an essential component of the ocean ecosystem. Not a pest, but only in small numbers. The real terrorist responsible for the destruction of the coastlines is climate change. Our beaches did not just disappear overnight. Emissions from human activities trap excess heat in the atmosphere, contributing to global warming, and mass heating of water from global warming creates ideal growth conditions for sargassum seaweed by boosting metabolic activity. But that is not the full extent of its crimes. Climate change has altered the very currents of the ocean. The warming of the earth does not just turn up the heat, it also alters wind patterns and water circulation. Currents depend on differences in water density to function. So the warming of water decreases its density, thereby weakening and shifting ocean currents. So the currents that once held sargassum in its place in the Sargasso Sea weakened. Climate change basically made the currents forget their ancient paths. Wind patterns have also been affected. The warming of air alters pressure differences, which causes winds to weaken, shift in direction, or strengthen. The resulting altered ocean currents have allowed sargassum to travel far and wide from its home in the North Atlantic Ocean. This results in a massive 5,000-mile-long seaweed bloom, the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. It stretches from the Caribbean all the way across to West Africa. The water changed, the wind changed, and no one warned us of the loss that would ensue. When you think of the Caribbean, you think of the beaches. That essential part of our identity has been ripped from us. We failed to protect them. These factors, in addition to the influx of nutrients from agricultural runoff, have allowed sargassum seaweed populations to proliferate to the extreme amounts that have plagued our beaches since 2011. Sargassum is not the enemy. It is a mere symptom of the sickness. As a result of climate change, our dazzling beaches have become choked with these stinking brown heaps as deep as 7 meters. Sargassum was never supposed to be here. Its home is far away in the North Atlantic Ocean. Sargassum was never supposed to smother our coral reefs. It was never supposed to steal oxygen from our marine life. It was never supposed to die on our shores, releasing toxic gases that make us sick. And it was certainly never supposed to hinder our fishermen who have to drag their boats and nets through sludge day after day. The most frustrating part is that we scarcely had anything to do with it. At every funeral, someone asks, why us? What did we do to deserve this? The Caribbean contributes less than 1% of global emissions, yet we suffer most of the consequences. Tourists turn up their noses at our beaches now, not realizing that the countries they come from did this damage. Foreigners, especially the leaders of big countries, don't know it yet, but this is only the start. They think the effects of climate change are far away, a mere pinprick in the distance. But what they fail to realize is that while we shoulder the burden now, everyone will feel the burn eventually, including them. And in the meantime, our beaches have been massacred. But I cannot finish this eulogy because I refuse to bury what we can still save. Though we did not take part in this crime, we must call for justice. We have to open the rest of the world's eyes by using our voices. Make them see what we go through every day. Make them feel as we feel. Make them scared. Make them tired of us. Make them change before it is too late. There is power in speaking up. As individual islands, we are small, but as a region, we can make a great impact. Let the leaders of the world hear our voices. Make them have no choice but to change. There is still time. We cannot cast hope aside like a fishing net. If we dry our tears and dedicate ourselves to the cause, we can revive our coastlines because brighter days are just beyond the horizon.
Contestant number 5, Courtney Parish School. Takara Boys St. Hill. The importance of cybersecurity in today's digital world cannot be overstated. The importance of cybersecurity in today's digital world cannot be overstated. Takara Boys St. Hill.
Imagine waking up one morning and discovering that your social media accounts have been hacked, your photos have been stolen, and your BNP account has been emptied. For many people, this is not just a frightening possibility, it is a reality. As technology becomes a bigger part of our daily lives, the need to protect our personal information becomes more important than ever. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I firmly agree that cybersecurity is a necessity in today's digital age. We live in a world where technology is everywhere. The digital world has created an easier and more convenient life, but it has also created opportunities for cybercriminals to attack weaknesses in the system. Now, what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is the shield that protects our personal information in the digital world. Just as we lock our doors to protect our homes, we must use cybersecurity measures to protect our personal information. Cybersecurity protects our personal information and keeps businesses and organizations secure. Every single day, we share our personal information online without realizing how valuable it is. Our names, addresses, photos, passwords, and bank information is stored online. If this is stolen, it can be used in identity theft, fraud, and blackmail. The Central Bank of Barbados has recognized that cyber risk is a growing threat to the financial sector. Cybersecurity helps prevent these threats by encouraging strong passwords, secure websites, and safe online practices. Cybersecurity plays a crucial role in creating a safe online environment, particularly for our more vulnerable groups, such as the elderly and children. Many elderly people who are not accustomed to using modern technology are more at risk to fall victim to online scams and fraudulent messages, which are created to steal their personal information or money. Children are also at risk to cyber attacks when using the internet. They could unintentionally share personal information, interact with strangers, or become targets for cyberbullying and online predators. These dangers highlight the need for strong cybersecurity measures and digital awareness. By educating our vulnerable groups about online safety, we can prevent these bad things from happening. The need for cybersecurity continues to grow as technology becomes more advanced and mandatory. Unfortunately, cybercriminals are also becoming more advanced, developing new ways to steal our personal information and hinder digital systems. According to the Watson University, the importance of cybersecurity increases as our dependency on technology also increases. By investing in cybersecurity, individuals and organizations can better defend themselves against emerging threats and ensure a safe digital future for all. As technology continues to shape the way we live, the need to protect our personal information becomes increasingly important. Cybersecurity helps protect the online environment for people of all ages. Whether we are protecting an elderly person from online scams or helping a child stay safe on the internet, cybersecurity benefits us all. Let us take responsibility for our digital safety by practicing safe online habits and stay informed about potential threats. Together, we can build a safer and more secure future for the generations ahead. Contesture?
We move now to contestant number 6, the Lodge School, Lyshana Elson. The convenience of having a smart home is worth the potential loss of personal privacy. The convenience of having a smart home is worth the potential loss of personal privacy. Lyshana Elson.
Let me begin with a question. Have you ever left your house, gotten halfway down the road, and then suddenly panicked? Did I leave my iron on? Is the AC blasting to an empty house? I think we've all been there. And that little moment of dread is exactly why we are here today. Because what if your home could actually answer that question for you? What if it could turn off that iron and even adjust that AC? My friends, that is the promise of a smart home, which according to Tech Target is a residence that uses internet-connected devices to remotely manage your appliances and systems. Our home has always been our sanctuary, but today it's becoming something more, something intelligent, which leads us to the big question. Is the convenience of having a smart home worth the potential loss of personal privacy? Imagine waking up in the morning to the gentle hum of your blinds opening softly to the morning sun, your coffee already brewed, and your favorite playlist softly fills the air. Your home doesn't just respond to you, it anticipates you, and it turns everyday living into something seamless and efficient. Now, some may say that's a luxury, but here in the Caribbean, it is a practical necessity. We know the sun is hot, and our electricity bills, oh, Lord, even hotter. Here in Barbados, we pay about 25 US cents per kilowatt hour, among the highest rates in the world. Smart homes tackle this head on. So instead of cooling an empty house all day, it switches off fans and ACs when no one's home. A 2023 Curacao study found that smarter management could cut standby power waste by nearly half. That isn't just convenience. That's money back in your pocket and less strain on our beautiful environment. Now, I can already hear what some of you may be thinking. That's great. But is my smart speaker spying on me? Is it listening to me? Fair question. The idea of having devices collecting data in our most personal space can feel a little intrusive, yes. But get this. Your smartphones track your location every single day, yet you still use it. The difference? Responsibility. From strong passwords and encrypted networks to regular updates, these aren't walls. They are locked doors, and you hold the keys. And let's be honest, when we talk about privacy, we often forget the most compelling argument of all, safety. Picture this. You're at work and your phone buzzes. It is your smart smoke detector. There's smoke in your kitchen. You immediately call the fire department before the fire even spreads. Or imagine, your elderly mother living alone, and the motion sensor alerts you when she hasn't moved in hours. That's not invasion, that's protection. Research from Park Associates shows that over half of US households feel safer after using these devices. For elderly individuals, for persons with disabilities, even for families with young children, this isn't just protection, it is priceless peace of mind. So yes, smart homes save us time, cut our costs, and offer safety that was unimaginable just a decade ago. Yes, privacy concerns still exist, but they are manageable. The real question isn't whether we should fear this technology. It's whether we are willing to embrace it responsibly. So when we return to the question, is the convenience of having a smart home worth the potential loss of personal privacy? My answer? A resounding yes. Some may say the price of privacy is too high, but I say this. The price of not embracing innovation is far greater. So yes, smart homes may watch us, but perhaps it's time we start watching the opportunities they provide instead. Because if used wisely, they watch over us too. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a trade I am willing to make.
All right, so we move on now to contestant number 7, Courtney Parish School, Jamila Skeet. The convenience of having a smart home is worth the personal loss, the potential loss of personal privacy. The convenience of having a smart home is worth the potential loss of personal privacy.
They say home is where the heart is. In 2026, apparently it is also where the Wi-Fi is, where your light bulbs need software updates, and your vacuum has a better sense of direction than some people I know. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, today I stand firmly opposed to the motion that the convenience of having a smart home is worth the potential loss of personal privacy. And if you happen to agree with this, don't worry, your smart speaker probably already knows. Now, don't get me wrong. I love technology. I love being able to ask my phone for weather, directions, or to simply scroll to TikTok. Technology is amazing. But somewhere along the way, we stopped asking a very important question. When did convenience become more valuable than privacy? A smart home is a house filled with internet-connected devices that collects data, learn our habits, and communicate with each other. It sounds futuristic, right? And it is. But let us not confuse smart with safety. Now, supporters would argue that smart homes save time and make life easier. They say you can control your lights, close your doors, and change your thermostat with just your voice. And that is great. But if getting up to turn off a light switch has become the greatest hardship of our generation, I think we're doing just fine. According to the Pew Research Center, a majority of people are concerned about how companies collect and use their data. And that concern exists for a reason. Because once our data is collected, we have very little to no control over where it goes or who eventually gets it. And here's the funny thing. People would rarely cover their laptop cameras with tape because they are afraid of who may be watching. And they happily place a microphone in the middle of their living room and say, "Hey, smart assistant." May that make sense? Cybersecurity experts at the National Institute of Standards and Technology warns that internet-connected devices are vulnerable to cyber attacks if they are not properly secured. The more devices we connect, the more doors we leave open for hackers. And suddenly, the smartest thing in your house is not your assistant. It's a hacker who guessed your password was password 123. Now, supporters would say, "Well, I ain't got nothing to hide." Really? After the speech, I invite everyone who agrees with this motion to hand me their password, their group chat messages, and their phones. No volunteers? Exactly. Because people always think privacy is about hiding wrongdoings. No. Privacy is about having the freedom to decide what belongs to us and what doesn't. According to Statista, the global smart home market rapidly increases as millions of people around the world adopt internet-connected technology. But popularity has never been proof of wisdom, because at one point, people thought it was smart and harmless to share every detail of their lives online, and now some are desperately trying to reclaim their digital footprint. As young people, we are often told we are the future. But what kind of future are we building if we are so obsessed with convenience that we willingly trade away our own privacy? One where our light know when we're home, our doorbell know who visited us, and somehow our vacuum collected enough information to write our own biography? Ladies and gentlemen, a home should be a place of comfort, security, freedom, not a 24-hour data collection center. Innovation is exciting. Convenience is wonderful. But privacy is one thing we should never trade away for shortcuts. So I leave you with this one question here today. If someone offered to make your life a little easier in exchange for knowing everything about you, would you agree? I wouldn't. Because a home should be smart enough to protect its owner, not smart enough to tell on them. Contest chair.
We move on now to contestant number 8, the Lodge School, McKenna Clark. Biofuels are not practical alternatives for fossil fuels as energy sources in the Caribbean. Biofuels are not practical alternatives for fossil fuels as energy sources in the Caribbean. McKenna Clark.
Imagine a Caribbean where every time we switch on a light, drive a vehicle, or power a business, we are not relying on expensive imported oil. Imagine a region where our own agricultural resources help fuel our economies while protecting our environments. Well, this future is not a fantasy. It is a possibility through the use of biofuels. So today, I stand firm against the statement that biofuels are not practical alternatives for fossil fuels as energy sources in the Caribbean. But firstly, let us understand what biofuels are. Well, biofuels are fuels produced from organic materials such as sugarcane, coconut waste, crop residues, and other forms of biomass. Unlike fossil fuels, which take hundreds of years to form and are finite resources, biofuels are renewable. They can be produced continuously from materials that are already available in many Caribbean countries. The Caribbean faces a major energy challenge, as we know. Most of our islands depend heavily on imported fossil fuels. This dependence makes us vulnerable to fluctuating oil prices and international crises that we cannot control. Every increase in global oil prices affects transportation, electricity, food production, and the cost of living, as we can see in Barbados, because look at the cost of wingdings. Biofuels provide an opportunity to reduce this dependence by producing energy closer to home. But some critiques argue that biofuels require too much land and are therefore impractical. And while this may be true in some cases, modern biofuel production is no longer limited to dedicated fuel crops. Hear this: agricultural waste products can be converted into energy instead of being discarded. In the Caribbean, sugar, bagasse, coconut husk, and other agricultural residues can become valuable energy resources. This means we can produce fuel without sacrificing food production. Now, a real-world example can be seen in the use of sugarcane byproducts, such as bagasse, to generate electricity and produce biofuels. In fact, according to the Barbados Society of Technologists in Agriculture, sugarcane bagasse has significant potential as a renewable energy resource right here in Barbados. Additionally, the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency has highlighted projects in Barbados that convert waste materials, including sargassum seaweed and rum industry waste, into renewable fuels. These examples demonstrate that agricultural industries can contribute not only to food production, but also to energy security. For Caribbean nations with agricultural sectors, this creates a unique opportunity to maximize the value of local resources, which is exactly what our regional economies need. Biofuels also offer significant environmental benefits. The Caribbean is one of the regions most vulnerable to climate change. Rising sea levels, coastal erosion, stronger hurricanes, and changing rainfall patterns all threaten our communities and economies. And as we would have heard, fossil fuels are a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Now, while biofuels are not a perfect solution, there are generally fewer net carbon emissions because the plants used to create them absorb the carbon dioxide as they grow. Furthermore, investigating in biofuels can stimulate economic growth. Developing local biofuel industries can create jobs in agriculture, engineering, transportation, and energy production. These jobs can include biofuel plant technicians and so much more. Instead of sending millions of dollars overseas to purchase imported fuel, Caribbean countries can invest more of that money within their own economies. Ladies and gentlemen, no single energy source will solve all of the Caribbean's energy challenges. However, practicality does not mean perfection. A practical solution is one that addresses real problems using available resources. Biofuels reduce dependence on imported oil. They utilize agricultural waste, create economic opportunities, and support environmental sustainability. And for these reasons, I strongly reject the statement that biofuels are not practical alternatives for fossil fuels as energy sources in the Caribbean. The question is not whether biofuels can contribute to our energy future. The question is whether we are willing to embrace the opportunity that they provide. The Caribbean has the resources, the Caribbean has the need, and the Caribbean has the potential. Thank you.
We move on now to contestant number 9, Princess Margaret Secondary School. Sarah Rogers. Improper use of antibiotics and other antimicrobials has fueled the rapid increase of resistant organisms worldwide. Improper use of antibiotics and other antimicrobials has fueled a rapid increase of resistant organisms worldwide. Sarah Rogers.
For nearly a century, antibiotics have been our miracle drugs, turning once fatal infections into minor inconveniences. But today, that miracle is fading. The improper use of antibiotics, taking them for viral infections like the cold or flu, or using them unnecessarily in livestock has fueled a rapid increase in resistant organisms worldwide. We are entering an era of antimicrobial resistance, AMR, where common surgeries and minor injuries could once again become life-threatening. To understand this, we must be clear on our terms. Antimicrobials. This is a broad category of medicines used to prevent and treat infections in humans, animals, and plants. This includes antibiotics, antivirals, antifungals, and antiparasites. Antimicrobial resistance, AMR. This occurs when bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites change over time and no longer respond to medicines, making infections harder to treat and increasing the risk of disease spread and death. The Caribbean is not immune to this silent pandemic. In Barbados, health leaders are prioritizing surveillance and public education to ensure these medicines remain effective for future generations. The Ministry of Health and Wellness in Barbados has consistently stressed the importance of clinical stewardship. During a recent push for health system resilience, local officials noted that improper use of these life-saving drugs is a threat to our national health security, emphasizing that every citizen has a role to play by only using antibiotics when prescribed by a certified professional. Now, this warning is especially important because the misuse of antibiotics is not just a theory, it is happening every single day. Imagine someone feeling sick and deciding to purchase antibiotics from a corner shop instead of visiting a doctor, not knowing whether the illness was caused by bacteria, a virus, or something else entirely. They take the medication for a few days and stop once they feel better. While they may think they have solved the problem, the misuse gives bacteria the opportunity to adapt and become resistant, making future infections much harder to treat. On a regional level, Dr. Garbus Barbosa, the director of the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO/WHO, is leading the charge to stem this tide. He has been vocal about the need for interrogated action, stating, "We must strengthen our health systems to ensure that antimicrobials are used responsibly and that every country has a surveillance capacity to detect and respond to resistant superbugs before they spread." What is the World Health Organization, WHO, doing to stamp this out globally? They are treating AMR as one of the top 10 global public health threats. To help fight antimicrobial resistance, several major systems have been put in place. For example, the AWARE framework. The WHO developed the AWARE. It is classified as Access, Watch, Reserve, to guide doctors on which antibiotics to use for common infections and which to keep as a last resort. Global Surveillance, GLASS. They have launched a system to track resistant patterns in real time across the globe so we can see where superbugs are emerging. The One Health approach. The WHO recognizes that human health is linked to animal health. They are working to eliminate the use of medically important antibiotics for growth promotion in the farming industry. The math is simple, but terrifying. If we do not change how we use these medicines now, we will run out of options. We must move from this culture of pills for ill to one of precision and respect for medicine. Let us follow the guidance from Barbados and the WHO. Use antibiotics only when necessary. Finish your dose and never share prescriptions. As William Shakespeare said, "A little fire is quickly trodden out, which, being suffered rivers, cannot quench." Contest year.
Contestant number 10. Yadira Boyce. Roberts, sorry. Springer Memorial Secondary School. Her topic, the importance of cybersecurity in today's digital world cannot be overstated. The importance of cybersecurity in today's digital world cannot be overstated. Yadira Roberts.
Would you want your computer to be hacked? All your precious, special information stolen, gone? Well, I would surely hope not. Judges, fellow contestants, contest chair, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, I stand before you to wholeheartedly agree with the statement that the importance of cybersecurity in today's digital world cannot be overstated. Now, let's be honest. Technology influences and almost dictates almost every aspect of our lives. From online shopping sites such as Amazon and Shein, to online school during the COVID pandemic, and online banking, technology has become an integral and essential part of our lives. But, alas, with everything in this life, there is good and there is bad. There are some serious risks associated with the advanced usage of technology in our lives today. Cybercriminals such as hackers are constantly seeking our personal information to commit fraud and to jeopardize digital systems. For these reasons, cybersecurity is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. Firstly, we need cybersecurity to protect our personal information. As users of the internet, we expose our information every single day, sometimes unknowingly. From information such as passwords and banking information, it is all there on the internet. Without the proper use of cybersecurity, hackers are able to access our information to commit identity fraud and to steal our financial data. Contech.com has reported that over 1.6 billion passwords were exposed in a public data breach just last year. They have also said that hackers have exposed over 555 million credentials on the dark web. Now, those are quite worrying figures. But don't worry, there are things that we can do to ensure that this does not happen to us. Cybersecurity procedures such as multi-factor authentication and end-to-end encryption can help safeguard our digital identities. Secondly, cybersecurity is essential for businesses and organizations. Companies store millions of confidential data within their systems, from client information to their own financial records. One single breach of cybersecurity can result in devastating consequences, such as loss of customer trust, and bankruptcy. Hong has reported that just last year, a global breach in an organization costed them $4.8 million per incident. However, by companies investing in robust cybersecurity systems, they can protect themselves and their clients. Furthermore, cybersecurity is essential for our national security. Governments rely on digital systems to help maintain critical frameworks such as healthcare, finance, transportation, and communication. Cyber attacks on this system can threaten our public safety, and I'm sure we would not want that. For these reasons, nations must continue to strengthen their cybersecurity systems to ensure their safety and the safety of their citizens. Now, after all I have shared with you today, do you finally see why cybersecurity is an essential part of our lives? Can everyone please repeat after me? I pledge to take cybersecurity seriously and to protect myself online. In conclusion, cybersecurity is an important part of our daily lives. We must continue to educate ourselves, practice safe online safety practices, and educate others so that they too will not become victims. Contest Chair.
Contestant number 11. Princess Margaret Secondary School, Tanisha Davis. The convenience of having a smart home is worth the potential loss of personal privacy. The convenience of having a smart home is worth the potential loss of personal privacy. Tanisha Davis.
We've been sold a dream, a home that breathes with us, a house that preheats the oven, dims the lights, and locks the doors when we're tired. But through all that, did you know that we're inviting an invisible corporate roommate into our most private and passionate moments? The smart home is slowly becoming a glass case or glass house. And in a glass house, there's nowhere left to hide. I am here today to say that the convenience of having a smart home is not worth the potential loss of personal privacy. The first pillar of this dystopia is the complete erosion of the private sphere. Every time we speak to a voice assistant or walk past a smart fridge, we're generating data. And in a nightmare society or future, that data isn't being used to sell us detergent. No. It's being used to profile your life. Imagine an insurance company increasing your rates because your smart fridge has noticed you buying too much red meat. Or your sleep mattress reporting irregular sleeping patterns to your employer. When your walls have ears, your appliances have eyes. The home is no longer a place of refuge. It is a data harvesting station for the highest bidder. In fact, the Federation Trade Commission has said that internet-connected devices can collect and store large amounts of personal data, and if that data isn't protected adequately, it can cause privacy and security risks for everyone, not just one person. So, some of you may be thinking, well, I ain't got nothing to hide, you best check yourself, yeah? But I will tell you this, Edward Snowden once said, arguing that you do not care about the right to personal privacy because you have nothing to hide is no different than saying you don't have a right to personal speech because you have nothing to say. Privacy works the same way. It's not about guilt, it's about protection. Beyond privacy, there's then the issue of autonomy. We're outsourcing decision-making to devices. We don't decide when to turn up the heat, a smart thermostat does. We don't decide what to eat. A smart pantry suggests a recipe based on expiring barcodes. In a smart home dystopia, we lose the basic mechanical skills to function in our own environment. And worse, we become vulnerable to self-control. If a company decides that you haven't paid a subscription fee, they can and have remotely brick devices that can leave you in a dark and cold home that you technically own, but no longer control. If a company can turn off my home, do I really own it at all? I would say, you gotta be mad. Finally, consider the social isolation. Smart homes are designed to make leaving unnecessary. With automated deliveries, home theaters, and hyper-personalized environments, we lose connection to the outside world. The smart home then becomes a velvet-lined bunker. We stop interacting with our neighbors because the automatic doorbells decide that they are threats before they even knock on my door. Back in the day, as my grandmother would say, we didn't need no camera to know who outside. The community is our security system. This technology doesn't just manage our homes, it hyper-filters our reality, turning our neighborhoods into a series of disconnected, suspicious fortresses. You can't trust nobody. In conclusion, technology should serve the inhabitant, not the manufacturer. If we prioritize connectiveness over sanctity, we will lose ourselves to be living in a series of machines that don't shelter us, they don't protect us, they just control us and use our information. We must demand offline modes, local data storage, and the right to fix our own homes. A home should be a place to grow, to live, to learn, to build a family, and to truly be yourself. Not a place where you're constantly being processed, like fresh meat from a farm.
We move now to our penultimate speaker, Christchurch Foundation, Kaylee Danae Thorpe. The improper use of antibiotics and other antimicrobials has fueled a rapid increase of resistant organisms worldwide. Improper use of antibiotics and other antimicrobials has fueled a rapid increase of resistant organisms worldwide. Kaylee Danae Thorpe.
Picture a world where a simple cut on your finger could cost you your life. A world where common infections become deadly and routine surgeries too risky to perform. This world is not a distant nightmare, but a future that is rapidly approaching due to a silent but deadly threat: antimicrobial resistance. Context here. Antimicrobial resistance occurs when viruses, bacteria, parasites, and fungi are no longer able to be destroyed by antibiotics, according to the World Health Organization 2022. Now, let's jump back to the cut on our finger. How can it be deadly? Simple. A cut gives microorganisms a way to enter the body. Normally, our skin acts as a protective barrier, but once destroyed, it gives viruses from the environment, our skin, or even our own hands a way to enter our body. The bacteria begins to multiply, and if it multiplies faster than antibodies can kill them, an infection occurs. This infection can enter the bloodstream, and once it does, it can cause diseases such as sepsis. In 2016, let me tell you a story. In 2016, a lady named Lucy arrived at an acute hospital in Nevada. She recently returned from India, where she recovered from a 2-year leg fracture. But with where she recently recovered from a leg fracture. But little did she know there was something far more dangerous brewing inside her. Lucy had a severe infection. Soon after arriving, she entered septic shock. The doctors had tried standard antibiotics, but the infection raged on, and the bacteria in Lucy's body resisted all 14 drugs provided by the hospital. The bacteria found in her body was later discovered to be resistant to all 26 available antibiotics in the US to combat that specific type of infection. Weeks later, Lucy unfortunately died. This is no mere fictional story. This story was documented in 2017 by the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Lucy's case highlights the grim reality of antimicrobial resistance. And she's not alone. A major study published by the Lancet estimated that estimated that antibacterial resistance killed over 1.2 million people worldwide and associated with 5 million deaths. Now, you may ask yourself, how did we get here? How did we get to a place where antibacterial medicines no longer killed what they were designed to? To be honest, it is our fault. The misuse and overuse of antibiotics, whether it's not finishing the prescribed course, using antibiotics for viral infections, or the widespread use of antibiotics in agriculture, is the cause of this pressing issue. Each time antibiotics are used incorrectly, we give microorganisms the opportunity to become stronger. Because after all, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If we continue down this path, we risk losing one of humanity's greatest achievements, the ability to successfully treat bacterial infections. For generations, antibiotics have been used to protect us from infections that have once claimed millions of lives. Yet, through misuse and overuse, we are rapidly losing that protection. Antimicrobial resistance is not a problem of the future. It's an issue of the now. Everyone has a part to play in preventing this issue from getting worse. So let's use antimicrobial medicines responsibly, raise awareness, and make informed choices that protect both ourselves and future generations. Because the actions we take today will determine whether doctors have the tools needed to save lives tomorrow. Next time you get a cut on your finger, I want you to think of today. I want you to think of Lucy, and I want you to remember to finish your medicine.
Contestant number 13, Jacia Mears, Christchurch Foundation School. The importance of cybersecurity in today's digital world cannot be overstated. The importance of cybersecurity in today's digital world cannot be overstated. Jacia Mears.
Good morning. When I was a little child, watching my little Scooby-Doo, legs kicking up in the air, laughing, solving mysteries like it was party gang, all of a sudden, boom, my screen went blank. The panic I felt was imminent. I started to bawl my eyes out, screaming my lungs out, because this was my first ever laptop. I didn't want to destroy it. But at the end of the day, I still had to tell my parents. I ran to my father when he come home, a blubbering mess, to tell him, oh, the laptop just shut down by itself. All of a sudden, this calm-headed man went and downloaded an antivirus program to solve this issue. This was my first ever encounter with cybersecurity. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, fellow students, and contest chair, what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity refers to the technologies and practices of protecting computer systems and sensitive data from attacks and damage. The need for professionals continues to grow, creating a worldwide range of opportunities. The importance of cybersecurity is not overstated, as digital transformation accelerates businesses, governments, and individuals are increasingly moving to the online platforms, exposing valuable information. Information such as personal data, financial data, and intellectual properties to potential threats. What do you want your money to be safe in banks? What do you want your money to be safe in transferring to government agencies? In fact, have y'all heard of BenPay? I hadn't till I started researching this topic. For those wondering, what is BenPay? BenPay is an e-wallet that was introduced to Barbados the 12th of June, 2026. It allows foreigners, citizens, businesses, and governments to transfer funds within 10 seconds. 10 seconds? That's real fast. I would be so scared if all of a sudden I transfer my money and it disappeared. No. If Barbados is going to mainly use this for monetary transactions, if it's my money, I don't know about you, but if it's my money, I want it to be very well secured. Again, ladies and gentlemen, cybersecurity comes into play. Moreover, institutions like the Southern New Hampshire University and the Aside Technology Centers emphasized this in the late 2025. How important and essential cybersecurity training and awareness is in preparing for today's rapidly evolving digital world. In past years, threats were mainly physical, but now we added a new layer, digital technology. Malware, ransomware, phishing, social engineering are all types birthed from the digital technology. Phishing. Imagine you get email and you take it from your bank. The answer to reconfirm your password. You enter in all your data. All of a sudden, your money start disappearing. You like, what's going on? You call your bank. It was a scam. Oh dear. This is called phishing. This is where the people start to take your money and information to gain money from your banks. Now, social engineering. This is a further practice where persons pretend to be a loved one you know, trick you into giving your information, and uses it later. Ransomware. As the name entails, they hold your information for ransom. Then you have to pay for it back. You know, it's paying for your own information when you thought it was trusted. That's not right. This is why cybersecurity is so important. It protects our money, personal information, and online services that we use every day. Whether it's a bank, a government agency, or even an app like BenPay, strong cybersecurity helps our information safe, helps keep our information safe, and gives us confidence to use today's digital world. In conclusion, overall, it's clear that cybersecurity is essential for today's digital world. As technology continues to advance, more job opportunities emerge to the field, and the need for cybersecurity professionals has never been greater. So learning more about this, telling your family members, and studying it, even downloading secure antivirus websites like my father did, all will help you to stay secure. So next time, when your favorite website tells you change your password, please do it. Stay safe out there. Thank you.
All right, that completes the prepared speech presentations. Please give all of our students a round of applause. And I know we have an online audience. The competition is being streamed. So we also welcome you, and we thank you for your support. You are doing so in the form of a watch party, and I understand that there are a number of watch parties being staged. Remember that prizes can also be offered in this regard. So and I will tell you as you watch us, the numbers that you can take a photo, a video or a photo, and you can send via WhatsApp to number 832-1158. 832-1158. We move swiftly now to the impromptu speeches. And this is where I'm going to ask all contestants, with the exclusion of number 1, to leave the room. Please guide them, escort them. Jennifer or Heather, Arlene, Paulita. The impromptu speech segment is simply this, where I pose a topic to the contestants. The same topic is given to all, and they are required to speak for 2 minutes, well within that 2-minute period. And this is without prior notice, I should say. You ready? Yeah, man. Contestant number 1, Hushna Bamji. Come forward, please. Your topic is, what has science done for you lately? What has science done for you lately? Contestant number 1, Hushna Bamji.
What has science done for me lately? This can be taken in many different approaches. However, I'm going to go to taking the medicine approach, the medical approach. I'm sure a lot of you ladies, majority of you here, probably have heard about PCOS, endometriosis, stuff to do with your uterus, right? I'm sure you also know that there's not much discovery about it. However, lately, we've heard that there's some discovery for PCOS, endometriosis. Lately, medicine, these discoveries, has helped a member in my family with endometriosis. Not in Barbados, but we had to take her to another country, India in particular, where she got the necessary treatment for endometriosis and is recovering, 2 years recovery from this operation, which was a hysterectomy. So science has given us the ability to discover and come up with solutions for our modern day problems. Science has allowed my family member to now be living comfortably without any pain and is a survivor of endometriosis. Thank you.
We can allow contestant number 2 to come, please. Contestant number 2, Savannah Boyce. Your topic: what has science done for you lately? What has science done for you lately? Savannah Boyce.
What has science done for me lately? That is so ironic. Besides my mom, none of you know my life. I have been in the hospital from May 17th. And let me tell you, nobody wants to be in there. And it's only because I'm a science student that I understand certain things. When I read what the doctors give me, I'm like, I know what this means. I know what this means. But if I didn't do science, I would not know what any of these things means. You could imagine you're reading something and you see WBC. WBC? What? Burger chicken? What? But I know white blood count. So science has given me a perspective and knowledge about the human body. And now I have a passion. I would really love to be a doctor. Without science, I can't be a doctor. Let me tell you, one thing that I know and one thing that I will always remember is that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. That is the best thing ever. You can ask me anything. Would I know? Probably. But one thing I know for sure is the mitochondria is a powerhouse of the cell. Thank you.
Contestant number 3. Please make sure that the door is closed while the contestant is presenting. Contestant number 3, Dakai Arthur Austin, your topic: what has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Dakai Arthur Austin.
Good morning. Growing up as a little boy, when English or any other thing other than science was going on, any test, I used to look around, seeing my peers, pen in their hand, pencil in their hand, writing down their lives, and I was just sitting there blank. But for science, on the other hand, I was the peer. So, now, science has proven to me lately that I am as valuable as those who I have inspired to be growing up, whether it be my teachers, my peers, my idol. I feel that I have accomplished a lot thanks to science, especially maths, which I am notably good at. For example, in third form, when Mr. Harding was teaching, I used to be in a corner with my friends, a topic ahead, just running through the questions like there was no time left in the world. So science has now taught me recently that I am who I wanted to be growing up. Thank you.
Contestant number 4. Megan Allen. Contestant number 4. Your topic? What has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Megan Allen.
What has science done for me? That is such a broad question that I can't even, comprehend. Because science is everything. You wake up every day thinking anything that you think about, it's because the synapses in your brain, they're firing. That's science. The food that you eat, it digests in you and assimilates into your body. That's science. So what has science really done for me lately? Lately, this year, I started getting into fitness more seriously. I've been getting into yoga, surfing, and running. And when I first started, I actually had an injury. So I was running too hard and too fast, and I got injured. And learning about what actually I put into my body, rest, everything that I never really considered before, I had to consider now because I couldn't run anymore. So I needed to learn exactly what I was putting in my body, how much I was resting, so I could refuel and make sure that I was actually keeping myself safe. And that would not have been possible without the research of millions of people before me. And that is something that science has done for me, kept me safe and allowed me to continue the things that I love doing, like running and surfing and yoga, and just living each day pain-free. Thank you.
Contestant number 5. Come. You walk in gingerly. Contestant number 5, the Caraboy St. Hill. And your topic is, what has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? The Caraboy St. Hill.
Lately, I've been sick a lot, and I really can't complain. But every time I go to the doctor, I'm treated well. No, I want to be a veterinarian. So I like animals, and animal science is something that I love to look at. So biology has done a lot. And as somebody that did CSE biology and chemistry is a good stepping stone to where I want to go. Science has really built my character. Science has given me knowledge. I have learned so much about animals. And I really love volunteering at a veterinary clinic. Now, when I'm at the veterinary clinic, I learn a lot of stuff. I learn how to take care of animals. I learn how the medication works for different sicknesses. I watch surgeries, and it is so wonderful to see animals being taken care of the way they should. As a person who loves to learn, but not to read, I love to listen to science videos, and I love to watch Animal Planet. Watching people go and just look at animals is exciting to me. So, to conclude, science has done a lot. It has shaped me, it has given me intellect, and I just love science.
Okay, contestant number 6, Laishana Elson. Your topic? What has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Laishana Elson.
Good morning. Science has become a part of our everyday life that we don't even stop to notice it. Science keeps us healthy. From medicine to medical technology, it helps us live longer and more safer. It also helps us to communicate with our families. Well, those of us who have families halfway across the world, it helps us to communicate with them. So instead of writing a letter and it taking months to reach or even to get a reply, it helps us to get a reply instantly. It also helps us to travel a lot safer, from GPS technologies and safer vehicles to airplanes. Yes, it does. So yes, science has science is not something just in a laboratory. It helps us live longer, safer, healthier lives, helps us to communicate and travel safer. Thank you.
Contestant number 7, Jamila Skeet, come forward. Your topic: what has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Jamila Skeet.
When people ask me, what has science done for me lately? It's almost everything. The alarm clocks, the phone, electricity. Even when we are sick, science helps us create medicines, vaccines for us to get better. It gives us clean drinking water, a safe space, and homes. Science is in everything we do. From the internet that we connect to each day to keep in contact with our family, friends, and also to help us learn and work. Science has done a lot for me. Science even gave me the opportunity to be on this stage today to present my ideas on why smart homes are not worth your personal privacy. That is why science is important to me. Like, I can't test you.
Contestant number 8. Come. Contestant number 8, McKenna Clark. Your topic. What has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? McKenna Clark.
Lately, science has helped me have a better understanding of the world, but specifically the environment. Through science, we are able to make new discoveries about practices that we should and shouldn't do which harm or protect our environment. Specifically to Barbados, you will see more so at beaches, we have banners and we have posters that encourage people to not litter and to use the garbage cans, because if they don't, then it has serious harmful impacts to our marine ecosystems and organisms. That's a prime example of how science discoveries have helped us to understand how those marine ecosystems are impacted by our human practices. So I believe that, well, recently, science has really helped me to have a great understanding of how our human practices impact the environment through things that we do. Thank you.
Contestant number 9. Sarah Rogers. Your topic? What has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Sarah Rogers.
What has science done for me lately? So lately, science has introduced me to many different things, like learning more about my body. These days, it is so simple and easy to learn about your body. You could simply go online and look up your symptoms. If you're sick and you're not feeling well, you could look up your symptoms and you could find out what's going on with your body. Unfortunately, Google is not always accurate, so you might tell them you have a cold and they tell you that's signs of cancer. So maybe give them more specific instructions. But science is very important to me because, truthfully, I enjoy science. I enjoy knowing how things work, and I enjoy knowing how my body functions. With science, we are able to learn about everything. Because truthfully, like mathematics or English, there is science in every single thing. Like there's a science to how technology works, which is, they're very, very similar to each other. Science and technology is my favorite thing because I love my phone and I love social media, truthfully. But there is so much science in technology, which I enjoy learning each and every day. Thank you.
We're moving now to contestant number 10, Yadira boys. Roberts. I don't know why I keep saying boys. Your topic. What has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Yadira Roberts.
Growing up, to be honest, science was never my subject. But in high school, I have honestly learned to grow a new appreciation for science. I did chemistry for my C-Tech exams, and honestly, there were many late nights and many late studies, but in the end, I succeeded. Science has taught me a new world. It has shown me how the world can change and how the world can advance. Technology as well. Science has showed me how to think critically, especially preparing for this competition, and to come up with logical, creative solutions. Thank you.
Contestant number 11. Tanisha David. Come on. Tanisha David, your topic. What has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Tanisha David.
What has science done for me lately? If it was years ago, I would say absolutely nothing but stress me out. But recently, it has given me many surprises and many opportunities. At school, I was able to do human social biology and integrated science, and I actually enjoyed learning about the human body and many other things about my environment. Recently, I got to display my project at a science competition and show how I care about the environment and what we put out there. And I also got to show children and explain many things that they could explore also in the future. Surprisingly, I didn't know math was a form of science until recently. And even that has surprised me when I got my results. And surprisingly, I got a 1 in math. And I was so happy because I couldn't believe it myself. And if you had told me years ago, I would have judged you and probably said, please stop wishing stuff that can't come true. But science has done amazing things, and I wish it could do amazing things for others as well. As much as people may say it's too much of a hard subject and that it takes too much of my brain power, it doesn't, and it's in everything we do just like any other subject. Science has surprised me, and I hope it continues to surprise not only me, but everyone that I know.
Contestant number 12. Come on the side. Come, Kaylee, on the side. Contestant number 12, Kaylee Deneth Thorpe. And your topic is, what has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Kaylee Deneth Thorpe.
Science is the reason we are all standing here today. Science is the reason we were able to attend this this competition today. Without science, we wouldn't be able to drive on cars. We wouldn't be able to harvest gas from petroleum in the earth. We wouldn't be able to get medicine. We wouldn't be able to understand the composition of our world, it enables us to make medicines, which enables us to understand how these chairs work, how this microphone works, how the live stream works. Without science, we are not able to understand the chemistry of our hair, the chemistry of our skin, the chemistry of how our melanin works, the chemistry of our intestines. Everything revolves around science. So without science, we wouldn't be here today, and that is how science has affected me.
Contestant number 12. We move now to contestant number 13. Come over. Come on this side. Jessia Mears. Your topic is, what has science done for me lately? What has science done for me lately? Jessia Mears.
Hi, good afternoon. What has science done for me lately? That's a very valid question. But science is in today's almost everyday life. So let's think about it. When you're walking, you feel a resistance. That's physics. What's physics? A science. Our digital technologies that we use every day. What science is that studied in school? Computer science. The everyday life, like the environment, the grass, the water, that's environmental science. All of these are different types and branches of science. Now, to say what science done for me today, lately, science is in everyday life, so science has brought us here today. Science has been used today. Even when I said only cheers, that's an example of physics. That's lately for me. Standing here, stressing, shaking, this is also physics, because the weight equivalent to me pushing down on this floor and it returning back up to make me stationary is an example of physics. An example of the cameras that are working are doing live today. This is an example of computer science, where we run programs, etc., to find out how the cameras work and what the batteries, the RAM, etc. Now, to really go into depth in why science has been playing a very important role is a little story for later on. But that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Let's give all students a round of applause. I'm sure that you are all just happy that it's done, finished. Yeah. See, it was not that difficult. Was it really difficult? You want to go to another topic then? No. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to allow the judges to leave so they can deliberate. Let's give our judges a rousing round of applause. Dr. Maria Butcher, Dr. Nikolai Holder, Mrs. Pamela Whitehall, and also timekeeper. She's been keeping time and giving you the guide along the way. We thank her, Tamara Rowe. And our online audience, you're still with us, so we certainly want to thank you. Stay with us. The judges will deliberate for a short time, and then we come back with the prizes. Did I share the prizes with you? No, I didn't. Let me just tell you what they are. One thing I know is that every participant will be receiving a trophy. So that, yes, trophy for each participating school team. Each participating school team. And at that point, let me also acknowledge the reserves in the audience. St. Michael's School, Sarah. Soraya, sorry. And then we have from Cogent Pari. Well, I get the names here. Let me pull up the names. Let me do it in this order so that I'm not. Right. So we have Foundation School, Jaya, Bradshaw, Simpson. Jaya here. And we have from Cogent Pari, Kayla Clark. We do not have a reserve for Commermere, but I want to give a special shout out for the only male. From the Lord School, Kevia? Yes, Kevia Ramsey. From Princess Margaret, Sabrina Matthews, Sabrina. From, yes, we saw Soraya from the St. Michael's School, and from Springer Girls, Sheila Benskin. Right. So thank you, reserves. And of course, our teachers are here with us too. I see a teacher from Lodge School, Naya Greenwich. I see a teacher from Springer, Mr. Roberts. I know Princess Margaret is also here, Carrie. So Devonish still present from Foundation. All right. And also from Commermere. From Commermere, yes, Victoria. And, sorry? Kojampari? Miss Marshall. Oh, all right. I was looking for Miss King. Miss Cumberbatch. Where's Miss Cumberbatch? Right there. Okay, all right. And you were telling me? Right, so we got all the teachers now? Principal, we also have principal present. Principal from Princess Margaret, yes. So thank you for your kind support. It is not just being here today, but it is what leads up to all that we have done. It's been a pleasure, certainly, working with the students. And you've done well. All of you have done well. So I continue now with the prizes, yes. So every team, every school team will receive a trophy. The most outstanding speaker in the prepared speech segment will receive a trophy and electronic equipment. I see bracketed here a phone and cash of $750. Or that's the worth of the phone. Jennifer, is that the phone plus $750? Huh? Pardon? We will soon find out. Okay, all right. All right. And then we have the most outstanding speaker receiving the same in the impromptu speech category. Most commendable trophy plus $500 gift certificate. Stepping Stones, the Excellent Award. I see here two, so is that 2 awards? And that's a trophy plus $650 from BLPC, Barbados Light and Power Company. Third place, trophy plus electronic equipment, the Lenovo tablet. Second place, a trophy plus electronic equipment. And first place, a challenge trophy, and each member will receive laptop and bags. I hear somebody talking about a trip, but I don't. Yeah. Yeah, you were. All right. Let me see if there's any information to share with you. I know the watch party, we've got some persons online also viewing, so that's some fun. All right, so we're going to do a short break, but if you want us to continue, we can do some more of the impromptu speeches as we often do during this competition. Maybe the reserve students will want to try a thing. Give everybody a chance. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, you reserve, yeah, but still get a chance to, So I'll do it in this order here. Foundation School, Jaya Bradshaw Signal. Come, Jaya. No, this is going to be different, obviously. It's going to be a different topic. Everybody will get a different topic, all right? Not difficult, I assure you. I hope. All right, Jaya, you ready? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And Jaya's topic is, look at me. Look at me.
Okay, good morning. Look at me. What do you see? Some might see my long hair, some might see my skin, some might see my glasses. But there is more than just that. I love science. I study chemistry, biology, and physics. I aspire to be a doctor. I love to watch TV shows and read books. My favorite food is mashed potatoes and lamb. But right. Indeed. So, let me tell you about why I am reserved today. I was actually more scared of doing the impromptu speech. I had a prepared speech, done, planned out, written, memorized, but this part was what was scaring me. And it still is scaring me, as I'm trailing off right now. But that is all I have to say to you guys. Thank you so much for having me here. I loved hearing everyone's speeches.
All right, Jaya, that wasn't too bad. Yeah. So let's go to CP school now. Kojampari. Let's hear it for Kayla. And your topic? The color makes the difference. The color makes the difference.
The color makes a difference. I mean, look at us. We're all melanated, and black is excellence. The color does make a difference. As we can see, if someone said the sky was green, we would say, no, it's blue. Why would your sky be green? For example, the color black. When you see black, you think, oh, that's dark. When you see white, you think, that's peaceful. When you see pink, you see, she's bubbly. Or when you see red, you see, ooh, they're mad. The colors do make the difference. Thank you.
I know, you just want to say and get out of there. I know that. I know. Well, Commander doesn't have a reserve. I don't know if the Kai want to try a thing, What? All right, you want to top it first? All right. New adventures, new me. New adventures, new me.
Good afternoon. New adventures, new me is what I stand for today. Because I started this not by myself. I started this with my best friend, but she left me. Left me by myself at debate club. Yeah. But it's still a good thing because I am here today, giving my impromptu speech again. And I'm actually grateful for it because I don't know what I'll be doing if not this right now. And later on in September, after my CSC results come back, and I go where I go, hopefully back at Comamere, I know that whether I go there or not, wherever this adventure takes me, I will try to make the best of it. Because I don't like doing things that I could do once over again. So I will try my best to do the best I can so that this adventure will not only give a new me, but the best me. Thank you.
All right, I'm going by memory here now. Lord School, Kevia, is it pronounced as that? Yes, Kevia Ramsey. All right, so here's your topic. I wish I could. You fill the blanks. I wish I could.
Good afternoon. I think I'm about 5'2", 5'3", and I wish I was 5'5" at least. I wish I was able to participate in physical activities when I was smaller, but I couldn't. I wish that I could do that now. I wish that I could be fluent in Japanese, German, Russian, Chinese, Taiwanese, Portuguese. I wish I could travel the world. I wish I could tour Europe. I wish I could tour the Caribbean. I wish that my legs would start shaking right now. And I wish that the refreshments after this would be really good. Thank you.
All right, Sabrina, are you ready? Come over, Princess Margaret School. Your topic. And so I wondered. And so I wondered. Got it?
Hi. And so I wondered. When I was younger, I wondered if I could fly. You guys ever heard about like a hybrid? No? You ever watch Gasha Life? You know like how like those emo people and then they just had like this black wings. I honestly wish I could fly. I wanted to be like that. I wanted to cosplay and do anime, but I thought like I would get judged. You know? Anybody? Yes. And I always wondered all the time when my mother would buy me chocolate. Honestly, my mother banned me from eating chocolate because I eat chocolate all the time. Sometimes my friend Tanisha, she buys me chocolate, and she's a really nice friend. But I really want to be like a emo girl. And Yeah.
All right, Soraya. Where's Soraya? Oh, thought you tricked me. Soraya participated last year. She was the lone representative for the St. Michael School. This is your topic, Soraya. I am retired.
I have spent 4 years of my life at the St. Michael's School, challenging myself academically. 7 years challenging myself academically with various extracurricular activities, going above and beyond what was required of me. Yes, last year I did this competition by myself because my friends did not want to join me. But here I am today, as a reserve, having written no prepared speech, just here to support them because I am retired.
That's the first thing she told me when I started the session with Springer. I said, Soraya, you one of the speakers? She said, nope, I'm retired. I was like, whoa, what's it in me then? All right, Sheila, speaker, the judges, we've got that. Let's do one more, and then we're going to go straight to the results. Come, Sheila. Your topic, Springer Girls to the world. Springer Girls to the world. Oh, sorry, she's Makira? Nakira, right. Sheila's not here. Nakira.
Springer Girls to the world. As we know, Springers are the queen of the hill, and we dominate in the sports field. And I believe we can dominate in any other field that we put our mind to. Yes. Springer Girls to the world. That's all I got.
All right, thank you very much. I just got a note saying that we're going to go to a break now. That will have to be, a refreshment break. So when we come back with the results and the presentation of prizes and so on. All right? Because I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. I could do with something to drink. All right, so we take a short break, please. Try to make it 10, 15 minutes possible. Yeah? And then we come back in. I'm still waiting. Still waiting. Hopefully another 5, maximum 10 minutes. I'll have the results. You'll all be excited, ecstatic, and then we will say our goodbyes. Okay, everybody's here? All right, I'm going to ask Arlene Weeks, the director, to come forward. And the assistant, who's assisting you, Arlene? Paulita? I just love that name. I'm not, I think they have all left. Just a brief, some observations, perhaps. Yes. Is she still here? Yeah. Let's give all of our judges a round of applause. I keep saying round. Just your observations.
Good afternoon, everyone. We had fun? Yeah. Yes. It was really a great competition. I would like to congratulate each and every one of the participants on the outstanding performance that they did during the competition. Each of you held very high standards. You presented well. Some of you were very into your presentation, and I really enjoyed that. You were passionate, and I would like to make special mention of our lone male participant. Thank you for stepping forward and representing so well, and your participation and your confidence is commendable. And I hope that you are an example to the young men, and that we will see more young men in future competitions. So congratulations to all of you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay. Last year, just about this time, I believe, we were preparing to deliver the results, and on doing so, the winner team, I think, yeah, it was the winning team, right? CP? Yeah, Kojampari, winning team. And today we have one of the key speakers of that team, Talisha. Talisha, stand up. Talisa? Right. Glad to see you. I think I made mention of a student from Kojampari who was so unsure during the training session. And on the day of the competition, she just exploded. And it's her. I was talking about her. Yeah? And that's why I keep telling y'all it's about exploding on the day. The delivery is the key. Content is all right. Content is important. But when you take that content and you just make it sizzle and you excite your audience, you're gone clear.
But was she the one who took a part of the minister's?
Yes, yes. And I also refer to that. And I say that she involved what was around her. She took part of the minister's speech. I'm not sure she included it in her prepared speech or the table topics. And that's what you've got to do. You got to be mindful of the room, and yeah, those are little things that will give your speech an extra edge. All right, so let's go. So we have, before we announce the first, second, and third, there are some other prizes. We will start with the awards for every school. Participating school teams will receive a trophy. So I'm going to ask all the teams to come forward. Let's start with, on this order. Let's see, on this order I have, and the teachers here can also join the students because we want this to be a moment. So let's go. Christchurch Foundation School, the team, and teacher, Mr. Devonish, Daniel Devonish. This is the first time foundations in this competition. Yeah, first time. So congratulations to you. And I know it will not be your last, right, Mr. Devonish? Right. All right, congratulations. Thank you very much. Kojampari, students and the teachers here. Combomere. All right. The Combomere teacher, Victoria Grace, she was here, but she had to leave to deal with some matters. Lodge School, the team from Lodge with teacher Naya Greenwich. Princess Margaret Secondary, and the teacher, Carrie Ann Codrington. The St. Michael's School, and teacher is present, Carl Cumberbatch. And Springer Memorial, teacher Carlos Holder. All right, thank you very much. This too is the first year that Springer entered this competition, so congratulations to you. And we look forward to seeing you next time. So Foundation and Springer, you have a commitment. Okay, let's continue with the other prizes now. There is an award referred to as the Stepping Stones to Excellence Award. It was given to 2 students. And the first student receiving that award, in addition to receiving a trophy and a cash prize of $650 from Barbados Light and Power Company Limited, that goes to Hushna Bamji from the St. Michael's School. The other award, Stepping Stone to Excellence, and that award, trophy and $650 cash prize, the Kai Arthur Austin Commonwealth School. Most commendable, and the judges, as I noted, they're the ones who made these possible in terms of identifying the relevant students. Most commendable, there are two prizes here, trophy and a $500 gift certificate. Each person will receive compliments promoted. Most commendable from Corrigan Parish School, Jamila Skeet. Still in that, most commendable, Princess Margaret Secondary School, Tanisha David. And one I can tell you about Tamisha, just tell her there's a competition. She just got to know there's a competition, and she's going to be doing it. And I think that's commendable because you can only get better. And sometimes it's not even about the winning. It is about what you have gleaned over time. So congrats to you, Tanisha. We move now to the most outstanding speaker. Impromptu, most outstanding speaker. Ramel Sargent from Liberty Business, CMW. Right. And the most outstanding impromptu speech, receiving a trophy and a phone, compliments Liberty Business, Savannah Boys, Springer Girls. Most outstanding speaker in the prepared speech segment from the Lodge School, Lashana Elson. Sorry, no, come, Ramel.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, my name is Ramel Sargent. I'm actually the head of Liberty Business, formerly known as CNW Business, which is a part of Flow. Just want to shout out my old alma mater, Sublimara Potamos. You know who you are. Let us continue to seek higher things, all right? Thank you, and congratulations to everyone.
All right. First, second, and third now. Yeah. You have your winner? No? All right. In third place. Yeah, I can hear a little jam. That's nice, yeah. With a drum roll And scoring 124 points in third place, Princess Margaret Secondary School. And they are receiving a trophy, challenge trophy, and each of the team members will receive laptops and bags. Oh, sorry, that's first. Sorry about that. A trophy and tablet, yes. Lenovo tablets compliments ministry, missed. One for each. In second place, 128 points. Scores are close, boy. Yeah. 128. Let me see if your hands don't get tired. In second place, receiving a trophy and tablets per team member, compliments missed, the Lodge School. The winner, the winning team receiving a challenge trophy and team members, laptops each, of course, the accompanying bag. And we also have a gift for the teacher assigned. Yeah. With a score of 131 points. Today at the Grand Salle, we staged the 2026 Speech and Technology Competition. In that competition, we heard quite a lot, shared information. We saw deliveries of varying kinds. We were excited and enthused by what we heard. The appeal went out, and now we have a winner. So let me tell you something about... In the table topics, I had no idea of these results. But I gave a topic to one of the students, and the topic was Springer Girls Rule. The winners of the 2026 speech competition, Springer Secondary School, with 131 points. Congratulations, team Springer Memorial Secondary School. Second place, the Lodge School. Third place, Princess Margaret Secondary. And to all who have received special awards, but to all students, every student participating here, thank you. You too are a winner. A lot of you started at nowhere. A lot of you were panicked. A lot of you wondered Will I make it? And yes, you did. You are here today, and that is what matters more than anything else. So I thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you. As usual, a pleasure working with the ministry. And all that is left now is for you to enjoy the spoils. Science, still the winner. Thank you very much, everyone.